Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are from the Novista Foundation. We are glad you are here. It's not the official beginning of your start. I have a request to put on your face masks, if it's possible. Thank you in advance. If you don't have your own ones, you can find them at the back near the interpreter's cabin. Our one lady is behind and can provide you with your face masks.
Tak, okej, dobra.
Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you cordially at the 16th Economic Forum of Young Leaders in Jelenia Góra. I welcome both those who are present here in the audience and those who are online via internet. We are very glad that it is possible. It could happen. It could have happened regardless of the conditions and the pandemic, global pandemic. We appreciate the mayor of Jelenia Góra and the authorities to host us. We could meet here owing to the authorities of the town. We greet all the participants. We hope that participation in the forum shall be an inspiring experience. The meeting shall be hosted by Novista Foundation. We greet you cordially for coming for the opening session. I would like to welcome Piotr Mazurek, Secretary of State in the Chancellor of the Prime Minister, Government Plenipotentiary for Youth Policy, Vice President of the Public Interest Committee. I welcome cordially. We greet Justyna Orłowska, Plenipotentiary of the Prime Minister for GovTech, the Chancellor Plenipotentiary of Minister of Education and Science for Digital Transformation. We welcome cordially Rector Deputy Professor Telbarton Teloszka, Rector Deputy of Karkonosze State University of Applied Sciences. Welcome. And we greet Agata Dziubińska-Gawlik, Chairman of the Board of the European Meeting Center, Novista Foundation. And we would like to ask Piotr Mazurek to take floor and deliver a speech to us. The board is behind you. So I would like to ask him to deliver a speech, a welcome speech. Yes, please switch your microphone on. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for invitation, for the opportunity to meet you. I am very glad that under such circumstances that makes face-to-face meetings very difficult, we managed arranging on-site meeting. It is a very important and I would like to emphasize that both for me personally and the government, we represent together with the minister, one of the leading ideas of the project is inclusion of young people into decision-making processes, involvement of young people into public life. The government that I represent has many strategic goals, including involvement of young people into public life. We would like to undertake various initiatives, and we will invite you to get involved together with the many government organizations that are established on every level of local authorities. Owing to legislative amendments, we established a council of young people, and we can meet here people who came from these councils of young people. So it is important to have these council of young people to strengthen participation of young people and the involvement in the decision-making processes, to implement various strategies related to youth. So every young councillors, members of the councils, can appoint their representatives in various local government authorities, where there is a council established to run the advisory activities. Taking the opportunity, I invite you to participate in the current project that is intended to get involved and appreciate those who support involvement. We invite young people to be ambassadors of young generation. On the governmental website you can find more information. I invite everyone who run any social project to get involved, that the voice of young people could be heard, and also those who are older than you, your tutors, high schools, they also must be appreciated and appoint as the patterns to be followed by others. On one hand, I would like to appreciate for invitation. On the other hand, I would like to invite you to participate in many projects that are run by the government to establish the participation situation.
Także bardzo dziękuję władzom samorządowym za wsparcie tego przedsięwzięcia i dziękuję wszystkim, którzy brali udział, ale w wielu województwach
Sorry, I lost the connection with the microphone.
Zapraszam do tej rozmowy, do rozmowy merytorycznej w 6 głównych obszarach. To są bardzo różne tematy, od edukacji przez kwestie rynku pracy, po ekologię, społeczeństwo obywatelskie, zdrowie, sport, tak abyśmy wspólnie mogli porozmawiać o tym i to my chcemy słuchać przede wszystkim.
I'm sorry, but there are technical problems with voice transmission to interpreters coming.
zakończyć, ale oczywiście jesteśmy do dyspozycji i pozostańmy w kontakcie. Bierzemy także udział jeszcze w wspólnych panelach, więc mam nadzieję, że będzie jeszcze czas, żeby o kolejnych inicjatywach w szczegółach porozmawiać. Raz jeszcze serdecznie dziękuję za
Welcome once again for your invitation and thank you,
Panu Piotrowi.
Mr. Piotr.
Zapraszamy teraz
And I'm inviting
kilka włosów panią Justynę.
Mistress Justyna Orłowska to take floor.
To już bardzo wiele powiedział pan minister, ale
No, I'm not the minister.
szanowna pani profesor, szanowna pani profesor,
Sorry, the voice is still very, very bad.
drodzy liderzy, tak jak tutaj bardzo się cieszę, że
I'm very glad
uczestniczyłem w tym wydarzeniu
that I
narodowej.
participate in
Wydarzeniu,
that
które
meeting,
tak długo,
that
jak
event.
sprawdziłam, służą już nam łaziki marsjańskie.
Mm,
Tak długo, jak faktycznie tutaj organizacja wspiera to, aby
I would like to,
rozwój liderów gospodarczych, młodych liderów gospodarczych.
sorry, it's impossible to
Z
translate.
perspektywy administracji publicznej, administracji centralnej, rządowej, no naszą rolą jest ten rozwój wspierać. Wasze ambicje, aby mogły się realizować tutaj w naszym kraju. I to, co jest no, bardzo, bardzo budujące, to jest to, że no, nie tylko osiągacie sukcesy takie gospodarcze i jako
It
liderzy
is inspiring that you have not only
ale także
successes
liderzy
in the
wielkich
economy,
chociażby
but also in the
olimpiadach,
personal life, in the
olimpiadach
meetings,
przelotowych międzynarodowych,
on the
gdzie naprawdę
international.
medalistów mamy co rok w rok 20 kilkoro. A porównując teraz do olimpiady w Tokio, no jest to nawet troszeczkę więcej, mimo tego, że ta ostatnia olimpiada, no to faktycznie wielki sukces także w wielu przypadkach no, młodych ludzi zdecydowanie i taki wynik, który był osiągnięty, no największy wynik w tym milenium. I w związku z tym bardzo ważne dla nas jest to, aby budować takie polityki i takie programy, które będą odpowiadały na te wyzwania. W związku z tym, no tak naprawdę już blisko rok temu został ogłoszony przez premiera Mateusza Morawieckiego program Młodych Liderów, który razem
Well,
tutaj mamy
information
przyjemność,
for everybody
z ministrem
listening to
realizować.
translation.
Jest to taki
The technicians are still struggling with
przyjemność i
terrible noises.
realizować, czyli pracować
Okay.
na rzecz państwa polskiego. Nieważne jaką karierę wybierzecie, zawsze pamiętajcie o tym,
Regardless
że
the
to, co
career you
realizujecie,
want
ma
to
wpływ na
choose,
to, jak nasz kraj będzie się rozwijał.
it is important to find a way for self-development.
Jest po pierwsze to,
Firstly,
że od stycznia tego roku
starting from January this
zwolnienie
year,
od podatku PIT umów stanowych i praktykanckich.
you
To
can
oznacza, że
deduct
nawet
from your
900 zł
taxes
więcej zostaje w waszych portfelach. Elementem
much
jest
more, and
standard,
it will
który
be left
realizujemy
in your
w administracji
wallets.
centralnej. Jeżeli macie zainteresowania czy
Are
innowacjami, czy
interested in
finansami,
innovation
podatkami, czy
or
grafiką komputerową,
and
możecie
other
realizować się
computer
także w
graphics,
administracji
you can
publicznej. Wówczas produkty,
develop
które
your
produkujecie,
interest,
będą tak naprawdę klientami jest każdy z nas.
and
i
you
waszych
can find
kolegów,
customers
wszyscy
for
obywatele
your
Polski,
developments. It
także
is supported by the
i międzynarodowi
government.
obywatelem. W związku z tym to jest, zapraszamy was już tutaj do tego, aby zajrzeć na naszą stronę gov.pl
We are inviting
staże
you
i wybrać
to
sobie staż
visit
dla
our
siebie. Tam będą
website,
się pojawiały kolejne
and
i kolejne staże
you then
i
you
serdecznie
can
was tutaj
find out
zapraszamy, żebyście dołączyli do
more
nas na pokład. Trzecim filarem naszego
projects
programu
that are
Młodych
launched by
Liderów
our government.
jest nowela Stypendium Prezesa Rady Ministrów.
You can
Tutaj
also
przy
apply for
właśnie
a
instrumentach, którymi
scholarship.
dysponuje minister Mazurek razem z Radą Dialogu
Because
z
Mazurek,
pokolenie,
the Council
zorganizowaliśmy szereg
Social Dialogue,
konsultacji z młodzieżą właśnie dotyczące
offers
Możliwe,
a
że jest
various
tutaj
program
jesteście
for
częścią
talent.
tych osób. Niemniej jednak, jeżeli jeszcze byście chcieli wypowiedzieć się na ten temat, zapraszamy, żeby także zajrzeć na stronę gov.pl/stypendium i jeszcze wypowiedzieć się i zasugerować, jak wy byście chcieli być wynagradzani albo wasi koledzy ze szkoły średniej przez prezesa Rady Ministrów. Już nie przedłużając, bo wiem, że już jesteście zniecierpliwieni, aby dalej wysłuchać kolejnych liderów, waszych kolegów, koleżanek, żeby zainspirować się tym, co można robić jeszcze więcej, to tylko powiem tak. Razem z ministrem Mazurkiem my stajemy na tak naprawdę nie przejdziemy do pracy.
Take a EV and get up, not thinking that you go to work, and you also should think every day what you can do for your country. I wish you all the best. Good luck. Thank you, Justyna. We would like to invite Rector Deputy to deliver a welcome speech. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, stimulation of entrepreneurship position, inclusion of young people to public debate on the future of the world, addressing political, economic, ecological subject, teaching science. It is the economic forum of young leaders. The driving power is experience and knowledge, awareness, access to real education, practical competence and discussion. It is necessary to honestly look at problems the world must face and look for long-time solutions. I'm very glad to welcome you during the 16th Economical Forum of Young Leader. I'm very happy and proud that such an important event of such importance for young people is hosted by a beautiful campus of the State University in Jelenia Góra. Education of our university based on practical education, guided by the human rights and observation to young people. We offer church-free education of various levels. The Karkonoska University is responsible for multi-dimensional development of young people in cultural and social aspects, hoping that today's Forum of Young Leaders shall enable a participant to acquire real knowledge, worthwhile knowledge, develop broad competences, and establish long-term, also international partnership, as well friendship. I wish you fruitful proceedings and all the best. Thank you, Deputy Rector, and we are inviting Agata Dziubińska-Gawlik, and we ask her to say a few words. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In my short speech, I would like to start from the key word, which is thank you. I would like to appreciate the mayor of Jelenia Góra city. Unfortunately, he couldn't come here for today's meeting to the opening session. I would like to thank for very friendly welcome of our fund from Lublin in Jelenia Góra and for enthusiastic approach to organization of that event just here at this location. Thank you, Lady Rector, for the opportunity to arrange the forum just here at the university. I agree that it's a really beautiful location. Thank you for my procedures for participation in the opening session, but in particular, I would like to appreciate you, young leader, that regardless of these unfriendly circumstances, you are with us and you would like to discuss about very important political and social questions. Thank you, young people, that you unfortunately couldn't come here to on-site meeting and you participate in the online mode. Unfortunately, it mostly refers to our international guests. What is it event? What is the Economic Forum of Young Leader? It is the event that dates back 16 years ago. It was mentioned several times. It is a partnership program of Economic Forum that is it runs in Karpacz and used to be organized in Krynica with Nowy Sącz as the location for Forum of Young Leader. What is the Forum of Young Leader? It is the place for discussion of young people about the most important problems and challenges that young European Union faces. challenges that young people face, journalists, young economists, politicians, and NGO representatives. Just here, for many years, you have asked questions and you have answered the most hot questions. We deal. Each edition gathered about 300, 400 young people. Together, we brought together more than 4,000 young people, and it is incredible that we meet young people who were very successful, either in the world of politics or in economy. So it is very inspiring for us, and we feel that everything what may happen here or did happen here was just incredible. I would forget that organization of the forum is possible owing to our sponsors. Now our key sponsors are PKN Orgon, PKP, and Seaporting Gdańsk. So special appreciation for the possibility to organize the forum. I will come to the end because we expect very long discussions. For accepting the invitation, please discuss, ask questions, and good luck. Thank you. Mr. President.
Well, we would like to thank you once again for arriving to the opening session, for the word of welcoming young leaders, for inspiration and motivation to participate in the forum, but also to changes by young people. Now, we would like to kindly invite you to the audience to take your seats, because now one of the inspiring lectures is ahead of us, and let us invite our next guest, who is, well, you, dear panelists, are kindly invited to take your seats in the audience, and gradually let me invite Ms. Nina Veretilo, founder of Perfectly Personal and member of Civic Knowledge Academy Foundation. And the floor is yours, madam. Give us your motivational speech. Good afternoon. Let me say up front that I will switch over to English because I decided with the organizers that it will be more convenient due to a couple hundred people listening us from countries all over Europe.
Important today. I would like to say that I'm extremely grateful for being invited here because I consider it a great privilege to have a chance to talk to all of you, all of the young leaders. I also wanted to congratulate the organizer for pulling off such an amazing event, because it's really truly impressive how many great people you can organize just being here in one place, and how great the setting is. I've been invited to speak specifically on the topic of adapting to change in this new post-pandemic world. Additionally, I've been asked to tell you a bit, to give you a bit of inspirational advice. And now you might be wondering, like, who is she to be giving me inspirational advice? You don't know me, probably from media or anywhere. So who is she actually? And you know what? I'm wondering too. Because I'm an imposter, just like most of us. Imposter syndrome is like a really, really funny thing, because as the statistics show, most of us, that is between 7 and 82%, often feel like a lie, like they don't belong in the place they should be. Like it's it's just by pure luck that they got somewhere. And I consider it really funny, because if we were all actually right, and if most of us were mostly due to pure luck somewhere, then I don't know, do you think that Google, Amazon, or Facebook would be Google, Amazon, or Facebook if they were run by pure strangers, random people? I don't know, perhaps some countries, some governments might be run like this. I don't really know, but I think that really these companies are probably run not by random people, and yet, as you can see, even at Amazon or at Google, 50% think they are there by pure luck. So if I could tell you, give you one advice, if you're ever struggling with imposter syndrome, first, you are not an imposter. Somebody has chosen you to be there. Second, you are not alone. Even in the best companies around the world, people basically think they are there just due to pure luck. And third, remember all the effort it has taken you to get to the place where are you now. That's why you are there. And remember, you are not an imposter. I just wanted to finish this imposter story with a small anecdote. Last year, I joined Lean in Warsaw. Lean is the foundation set up by Sheryl Sandberg. She's the former CEO at Google and the VP at Facebook, and she's basically one of the most respected female leaders. And the point of these Lean-in groups in random cities is basically to collect and unite women in specific cities so that they meet together and give each other some support, some inspirational advice. Around a month ago, we had a presentation held by Monika, one of our members, and Monika basically, she was doing a presentation on finance and investment. So Monika basically comes to the presentations and she says, today I will be doing a presentation on finance and investment. And you know what? I should probably start like a typical female. I should say, you know, guys, finance and investment, like this is, I'm not a very much specialist on finance and investment, but you know, it's a topic I like. So maybe I give you a bit of advice, you know, guys, you know. And then Monika says, sorry, that's not the case here. I actually know a lot about finance and investment, and I'm not an imposter. And I truly wish that you all sometimes think about this Monika mindset. It gives me a lot, always when I think that I'm basically somewhere due to pure luck. For example, here today, I just remember Monika. So, finishing this imposter thing, and I just wanted to tell you a short story about myself, why I'm possibly not an imposter here. By a very lucky coincidence, in 2016, I was admitted to the hardest degree to get at Oxford, which is economics and management. The lucky coincidence is that when I was 14, I scored 1 point too low in German Olympiad, so I couldn't go to my dream high school. And it was already too late to apply to any public high school, so I had to pick among the cheap private ones. This way, I ended up doing IB. And the funny thing was that you won't believe it right now. I know you will all think I'm a liar, but when I was 15, I couldn't speak English at all. Like I could speak like, hello, I'm going to the store, very basic conversational English. So in 2 months, I had to learn English. I did that because I really wanted to do the IB program. And you know what, spending holidays on English wasn't the most fun holidays I've had in my life, but I do not regret because that's what brought me here. Once I got to the IB, I'm basically a very bad decision maker, so I just applied to all of the best universities in Europe. I just let the rankings decide for me. And funnily enough, I got into them. I don't know how. I still don't know. I'm doing the imposter thing again, you see. So yeah, that's how I went to Oxford. And after graduating Oxford, you know, I had these moments of hesitation because I was wondering, should I do a career in banking, in consulting, you know, earn millions of pounds in the city of London, then probably retire at 30, make my parents very proud, very happy. Or maybe I do something that I actually like and make myself happy and proud. And I picked the second option, and I did not regret it any one day. You know what? The thing that I like most about my life is that when I'm still around 25, I don't have to think about retiring at 30 because I'm doing jobs that I really, really love. My first job after graduating was in innovation in real estate. If you're ever in Warsaw and you want to visit some bars with like some super cool innovations, you know, just hit me up. I will let you know where they are. Afterwards, after 2 years, I moved to Catalyst Education. This job is really a real blessing because we are basically creating free educational resources, fully digital, used by Polish students around Poland. During COVID, they were the most used resources among all the educational resources on the Polish internet, saving Polish students over 24 million zlotys on tutorial services. So I really think this is the place to be when it comes to education. I'm also a member of Akademia Wiedzy Obywatelskiej, which is a mentorship program and event series which is held with the purpose of uniting Polish students, secondary school or early university, with public sector opportunities, basically to make them aware that this is also a career worth pursuing. In 2021, I found it perfectly personal. This is a company advising Polish students just like you. I mean, you are basically a perfect material because you are young, super ambitious, you know English, and basically you are just perfect. Wanting to apply towards best universities, but not knowing how to do that. The funny thing in Poland was, before I found it perfectly, that there was lots of tutorial agencies doing that, lots of places, but no place that had both the quality and fair pricing. That's why in 2021 I just thought, okay, let's do it. And it really worked great because basically in 2021 I mentored 60 people just like you, dreaming of all the Oxfords and Harvards. We all applied successfully. I mean, it's not that everyone went to Oxford or Harvard, but everyone went to where they wanted to go. And this job makes me really believe, it makes me believe that Polish people can accomplish great things. They can come back to Poland and they can do next and next and next great things, just as most of you will probably do in the future, making me really proud of the job I'm doing there. I think you might not be seeing you, but yeah, I just said 16th Economic Forum. I'm really happy to be here, and I hope that next year I will have some good stories to put under this picture. With all that said, I consider myself a truly lucky person. You know why? Because luck is being always prepared to when the right opportunity comes. And after 2020, I do not need to tell you that change is inevitable. The thing is that while change is inevitable, and we all know it, only a few of us realize that preparedness is only optional. So we don't get the most successful people in this world, after I think, are the people who are prepared for a very wide range of scenarios. And when the right time comes, they are there to go there and basically do their best and change the world. Why change? Just as I told you, change is inevitable because after 2020, again, nobody needs to tell you that changing is an absolute must, because otherwise, if you don't change, you will either not succeed as an individual or will go bankrupt as a company, or you will do very poorly as a school. We all experience that in the period of remote learning. Yet the thing is that we don't really recognize it, and it's not very popular to think about yourself as a change maker. Or if you think about yourself as a change maker, you usually think that you want to make the change in the world, in others' lives. You don't think about you being prepared for the change. And that's what I want to tell you how to do in this presentation a bit. You know, I just wanted to tell you, if I could ask you for a bit of a help. How many of you think that in the past 2 years their life has improved? If you could raise your hands. I think I can see 10 hands. It's actually a very good result. I've tried it in different forums, and it was usually like 5 hands for 100 people. And you know what? Congrats, folks who have raised their hands, because change is inevitable. Change will bring success. And the thing is that I feel truly worried for people who don't change. And let me show you why. Do you know what one is? One is just reaching the standard. One is basically passing the bar. One is going to the university you know you will get to, pleasing your parents, pleasing your friends. One is then just passing the university. One is basically thinking, okay, when I get 4.0, I will go to the next class. One is finishing the university and thinking, okay, so what jobs will I get to? What jobs will make my parents proud of me and let me pay for my flat? One is also going to work, coming back from work at 5 p.m. straight, and basically sitting down, rewatching your Netflix series, doing the same thing all over and all over again. And I don't know if you have noticed, but in all these instances that I've just listed, you are not pleasing yourself, you are pleasing others. You are reaching the standard set by somebody else. Is it the university, is it your parents, is it your peers, is it your partner? You are not thinking about your own welfare, your own goals. You are thinking about just reaching the standard set externally. And let me show you something a bit more scary. The red number is what you will get if you actually deteriorate each day a bit, just 1% a day, while the number at the bottom is going this one very small extra mile every day. What is the one extra mile? One extra mile, for example, is being in the top 10% of students at university. Not for others, but for your own scholarship, for getting the grants, for learning more, for your own good, for getting to a better, for example, master degree later. 1% at university is also not being there just for the learning, but also meeting the fantastic people with whom you will later set up some fantastic new projects. 1% after university is applying to the jobs you would actually want to work for. It's doing the application 100, 200 times. It's doing it for as long as you need to do it until you get the job you really want. And then, once you get to the job, 1% is going beyond your job description. 1% is helping people outside your teams, it's connecting with people. 1% is making you the person who will be called upon when the opportunity comes. And most importantly, 1% is not just sticking to university, to school, to work, the check boxes that you need to check as a member of the society. 1% is also thinking about your personal development every day. 1% is learning some other languages, 1% is also doing some reading after work, before work. Basically, 1% is making sure that you are getting that tiny little bit better every day. Now that's even more scary. Just look how much you can gain by doubling the effort that I just told you about. By doing, for example, by combining several of the practices just listed. You know what? I know that life and exponentials are completely different things. Still, I would rather recommend you stick to the blue equation. Now, just as I said, life and exponentials are two completely different things. Normally, you would have a very good start. For example, you will graduate from a very good university. You will find a job that you really love, and then it turns out not to be such a great job. And you have this small setback, and it all just seems it doesn't make sense. Basically, you want to just stop and leave and go to Bieszczady and have some alpacas. But then, you know, you might change a job, you might grow again, be back at peak performance, and then, for example, you find a job that you love so much that you put in 15 hours a day. You burn out, and it's all again going all downwards. You know, then you pick up, you change your jobs for the third time, you move countries, whatever. And then, for example, a period of depression or some physical condition sets in, and you are back again. You might actually be back at one. And it's all interesting to see, you know, you could all draw your life this way. But what I find most interesting is what's next. And you know what? There are actually some theories from people who are smarter than probably all of us connected in this room, who have some theories on what's next. Let me tell you, for example, about the theory of fixed and growth mindsets. Carol Dweck is the professor of psychology at Stanford University. She earned a PhD from Yale in 1972. Then she taught at Harvard and at Columbia. And in 2024, she joined Stanford as a faculty member. So I think few of us will ever, generally, few people in the world might reach her academic track record ever. Professor Dweck came up with the theory, stating that there is a continuum of mindsets. You can have a growth mindset, and you can have a fixed mindset. Fixed mindset is very detrimental because people with a fixed mindset think, okay, I was born with IQ, let's say 100. I was born with this talent for languages and this talent for dancing, but I hate maths. So maths just don't make sense. I'm not going to do anything in life that is connected to maths. Never, ever I won't. And that's where your development works, in a large proportion of life where they could actually be developing. Because as the research shows, people with the growth mindset who believe that success is based solely on hard work, that talent, that the intelligence with which you start don't really matter because in fact you can grow your intelligence. It has been scientifically proven. These people enjoy much happier lives and much more successful lives. And you know what? The point of me telling you about this whole theory is not to show off with having done some reading in psychology or whatever. No, it's to tell you that once you are at this point, after all this whole curve shown previously, and you might be going there, there, or there, it really, truly depends only on your mindset and on what you believe you can do not what, for example, your parents have told you you should do or can do, your peers, for example, comparing yourself to your peers in your neighborhood. It really doesn't work that way. You can do whatever you want, but you need to do it. Action versus inaction. This is a very funny theory because Professor Carol Dweck, the one from the fixed and growth mindset theory, she says that we tend to think about extraordinary people as if they were born extraordinary. In fact, they were born very, very ordinary, and they achieved being extraordinary through repeated everyday practice of what they preach, of what they're passionate about. So, for example, Kobe Bryant, when he was, I think, 8 years old, he started training basketball. He was like very, very mediocre basketball player. And then, once he started doing it for like a club, every time they had trainings, he woke up and started them at 4 a.m., while his peers always started them at 8 a.m. Once a journalist asked him, like 40 or 30 years later, whom did you train with at 4 a.m., he said, you know, sometimes my trainer was there, but like usually he didn't wake up, so I was just doing the shots myself. And the thing is that after several years, these extra 4 hours accumulated into such an advantage that nobody could beat Kobe. Kobe died in a helicopter crash last year, but he will be remembered as one of the greatest basketball players. And you know what? It really isn't that hard to wake up at 4 a.m. It is the matter of setting up your alarm clock. Actually, I'm doing the same thing, and I truly think it's life-changing, even though it's very hard at the beginning. But the thing is, it's just a habit, and it's very, very easy. It's not like you need to climb a Kilimanjaro. You just need to set your alarm clock to this earlier hour and start practicing what you're really passionate about and what is consistent with your goals on a daily basis, every day, for a greater amount of time than others are doing. Super simple. You know what? A very important and consistent thing is owning your time. The thing with owning your time is if you don't own your time, somebody else surely will. It will either be your boss, it will be your partner, it will be Mark Zuckerberg. You will be scrolling social media just like I used to scroll social media for God knows what hours between 5 and 9 a.m. every day before work, and from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. after work, instead of setting time blocks for specific things. And you know what is super cool about setting time blocks for specific things? It's that once you set time blocks for what is really, truly important, so for example, you can do whatever you really want with the rest of the time, because you know that there is this time when you will surely be going towards your goals. And you won't be just basically standing and being like, oh well, I don't have time again. Why didn't you do it? Oh, because I didn't have time. Yes, because you haven't never set up time for the things that you wanted to actually achieve. You know, especially within this fantastic forum where you will surely meet plenty of fantastic people, it is truly important to connect with people. And it is truly important to connect with people who are not only your best friends, your family, people from your school. And there is actually research backing that. Mark Granovetter, he is also he's a professor of sociology at Stanford. He did some research. He researched 300 workers in Boston area in the US, and found out that most of them found jobs through their connections. And now the funny thing is that out of all of these connections, through whom these people found their jobs, 84% of jobs were found through weak connections. Weak connections are people we meet only occasionally. They are the people we once met at the university and then we did a reunion 2 years later. They are the people we meet at some conference, people we meet at integration parties, people we are connected. For example, we only meet them once or twice a year, but we see their, I don't know, their statuses on LinkedIn or whatever. And these people are super beneficial to our progress because, in contrast to our strong connections with whom we are basically swimming in the same pool of information all the time, these people are doing their things while we are doing our things, and then once an opportunity comes, they remember about you, and they might come to with the opportunity specifically to you. And because they remember that you were doing this kind of thing, and they didn't share it with you immediately because you're not their strong connection. So I would truly recommend that in this forum you get at least like 10, 20 people with whom you will maybe meet only next year in the forum, or you will meet, I don't know, in 2 years on some other conference. But people with whom you can exchange a meaningful conversation about your goals, about your plans, with whom you can share your story, because that's truly life-changing. Mentor and get mentored. You know, I could talk about this topic for 3 hours because this is my absolutely favorite job for 5 years right now, doing mentorship. But just to stick to the essentials. In mentoring, what is most important is that you have to do it both ways. To maximize your benefit. You need to mentor and you need to get mentored. Mentoring other people is super beneficial because once you see their reactions to your mentoring, and you don't need to treat mentoring like coaching or psychology advice, just to be clear. Mentoring is basically giving advice, giving meaningful advice based on your experiences. Once you give advice to others, you will see how others receive that advice, what they appreciate, what they don't appreciate, and most importantly, what they do with the advice. And you will be getting better and better at giving advice to newer and newer people. And then, once you need advice from someone completely different, you will be able to go to them and you will know how to ask and what to ask for, because you know how your mentees received your feedback. I have this extreme lack of having a mentor who is, I think, like the best possible mentor, because she is basically like a 10-year older version of myself, with the same goals, with the same similar goals, similar values. I truly wish all of you look in your environment for people who are very similar to you but have larger experience. They have done something, for example, in a different industry, in a different vertical, but they went a similar path and they have similar values to you, because these people would be able to share with you knowledge that you won't gain from any books. And now, last but not least, coming to the books. Books are extremely important, because once you find your favorite authors, mostly in the non-fiction genre, you will be able to get mentorship, informal mentorship, from people you will never actually meet. You know, it's obviously, you won't be able to ask them for the advice, but once you read, you really know that some author is very consistent with your values, with your goals. For example, I have this thing with Sheryl Sandberg and with Adam Grant. We have been doing some research together on women in leadership, on psychology, on leadership in general. I know that these guys have the same thinking as I do about leadership, but they know a whole lot more than me, because they have done possibly together like 30 ages of research in the field. So after reading their books and rereading and rereading and rereading them, one day you will find out you are basically speaking their words, and you will sound much smarter than you actually are. Last but not least, forget fear. Fear is a very, very, very detrimental factor that I see a lot in all of my mentees. You know what? 3 of my friends, close friends this year, got into Harvard. And you know what? Very normal people, nothing special, very ambitious, they have very specific goals. Yet, I don't see many people from Poland getting to Harvard, and you know what? You know what is the main reason why people don't get to Harvard? The main reason why people don't get to Harvard is because they never apply. That's because they think that I will never get in. There is no chance that I am the person for Harvard. Like, what a stupid idea this is. Like, do you know all these presidents, these nobles who graduated from Harvard? How come I am the person who could graduate from Harvard? And yet there are normal Polish people, Polish and non-Polish. I'm obviously just using the example from my personal life. But actually, it's truly all possible. But you are just coming up with stories and with excuses why you're not gonna do it. And then it doesn't really make sense, really. As long as you don't tell others about your goals before you actually achieve them, nobody will even find out that you don't succeed. To end on a summary note, so to say, I just wanted to sum up approaching any kind of change in 5 steps. Number 1, claim your space for change. All of you have some areas you are really passionate about. You can, like, you see some news in the news on TV, and you are like so angry that this thing is still the way it is, and you just can't stand it. And then you go to your completely unrelated job, and you just go to the TV next evening, and go like, oh no, this is still the same. in reality, you could be basically making change in this area. You could, if you are passionate about something, you can learn about it more, you can make connections in the field, you can go there and you can change it, but you need to start. And a very important thing here is the impostor. You should never feel that because there are people who have 30, 40 years of experience in the area, and you have only 2 or 3, oh my God, I don't know nothing, you are not the person who will make the change. Because one day you will have the 40 years of experience. Number 2 is staying prepared. My favorite quote. Luck is when preparation meets opportunity. You know what? You will meet all of those connections, just as I advised you on this forum and in various different places, and then one day, as long as you have properly claimed your space in the area, all they know is that you are the specialist, they will call you and they will ask you, hey, come, we need a person who will be the change maker in this field. But you need to be open, and you need to be open to non-obvious opportunities. You cannot stand in space and just wait to opportunity come and knock at your door. It doesn't happen that way. Third, block the time needed for the change. You know, nothing happens just by itself. It's not like one day I wake up and, you know, I'm already a very much specialist in the field of, say, mentorship and education, and one day they basically proclaim me the Minister of Education. That doesn't work that way. You need to block specific times in your calendar when you will be focusing solely on that thing. Solely. Number 4, find your supporters. You need people standing behind your back. You need people on whom you can also rely, people who will be there even if you fail, because you will fail repeatedly and repeatedly. You will fail many more times than you will succeed. Once you succeed, it's so big that you will never ever remember all the failures along the way, especially since our brain has this mechanism of forgetting the failures. And number 5, most importantly, say thank you. Say thank you to your friends, say thank you to your school, say thank you to the organizer of this conference, say thank you to your country for letting you grow, for letting you live in a place that is peaceful. Remember what's going on in other parts of the world right now. Say thank you to yourself for all the effort you have done through the past several or more years. You know what, the most important thing about saying thank you for me is it is impossible to achieve anything on your own. On your own, you can go, you can, I don't know, have a coffee or brush your teeth, but nothing substantial ever happens on your own. And we are there for the people. And the success is fun only if you have people to celebrate with. And now I think that this place might be the 16th Economic Forum here in Jelenia Góra. Sheryl Sandberg once said, if you are offered a place on the rocket ship, don't ask what a place it is. Just take it, just claim it, and go for it. And I really think you are all here extremely lucky because you are very young, you are very smart, and you have all of these different opportunities. And what is even more important, you have all the time to do that. You are not like 8 years old and basically, you know, retired at this point. No, you are 20, 30, 40, 50, and you still could change your career 4 times and make substantial change in 5 different sectors. This way, I wanted to end this speech, say thank you to all of you again, say thank you to the organizers, and wish you all the best luck in change making.
Chcielibyśmy pięknie podziękować za inspirujące, ubogacające przemówienie dotyczące przecież tak istotnych rzeczy. Ja przyznam szczerze, słuchałem tego z wielkim zainteresowaniem. Tutaj padło jedno takie stwierdzenie: if you don't own your time, someone else will. Ja przyznam szczerze,
If you don't own your time, someone else will. And I hope that 16th Forum of Young Leaders will do the possibility of eating the cake and having the cake. So we will actually manage the time, but with the use of people who were mentioned there, who will be mentors, who will be able to show something interesting. And you also with internet connection will be able to choose what is interesting. And such a significant thing here, which in a way was in conflict slightly with our maybe wrong sayings about the fact that some ideas from nowhere are unrealistic. But these are those creatures. When you actually aim at the moon, it's worth aiming at the moon, because even if you don't hit it, you still stay among stars. We hope and we thank for these significant matters, for these beautiful, deeply motivating speech elements. And now we are moving on to further points. So thank you for the feast for the soul. Maybe big hand for the speaker once again. We have received, thanks to Nina, something for our spirit. In a moment we will get something for the body. I'm in charge of organizational matters. First announcement. Now lunch break is ahead of us, and you are invited to make use of it. It will be at the dormitory, students' dormitory, and our volunteers will guide you there where your lunch is prepared. And the second announcement is that at 2 p.m. we meet at workshops. Participants who are participating here live are meeting in front of the library, and then guides will guide you to appropriate rooms, and participants online log in following the instructions you received online, and our volunteers will wait for you in front of the rector's office. So leaving the building, you will be directed to the lunch. Please check your handbags or pockets, because we found your one mobile phone and somebody is missing it, I'm sure. So enjoy the meal and see you back.
Dear young leaders, we welcome cordially to everyone who are on site and who are online via internet. I hope it was inspiring time after the workshop, for all participants of all 5 workshops. And now we would like to invite you to the panel New Modern Technology for Industry. It is the discussion panel that shall be chaired by our strategic panel, PKN Ornell, and should be led by our moderator Tomasz Kowalczyk from Rebels Valley. Good morning, everyone. I welcome young leaders of future. Together with me, also other leaders are joined to me. I will start from the closest to me, Wojciech Turowicz, co-founder of CTO Surveyly. Next, Kasper Budnik, CEO BZB UAS. Next one, Piotr Jerzemowski, Innovation Acceleration Department, PKN Orlen. And last but not least, Vadim Milik, CEO from DroneHub AI. The topic of our conversation are modern technology for industry. It means that we shall try to address all these parts, what is modern, how technology is important, and what is the clue of that industrial future. And I hope you shall address all these topics during our discussions. And you shall, Vadim, to establish that I won't speak Mr. President, CEO, and so on. We shall just say by name. Actually, looking at the development of DroneHub, if you can share with your experience with us how it looks like implementation of new technology at DroneHub, what steps you have undertaken to be competitive in the market where Poland is not sufficient, it's too small market. What is the objective of you have to depress the button. Below, the button below. We won with the technology. To start, to the difference of Polish startup company, we moved towards a different direction. We did not start from the creation of technology and we were looking for the customer. We went to the different direction. In 2015, we were a hardware house. We were developing things for specific needs. And the European Space Agency came to us, and they wanted a system for automation drone flights. And it is how our adventure started. And we are trying to understand what our customers need, to adjust to their needs, to solve their problems. And I think it is the most important thing. Then, from the very beginning, we moved to the foreign customers, and our sales in Poland is only 5% of revenues. Other part, it is the military sector abroad, and the European Space Agency. It helped us to grow. How we sell, it is education of the market. And how CTO says, we have to demonstrate our customer that our technology is safe, our drone fly, and it is not a drone, but a source to acquire information. So we first teach our customer, we teach opportunity how DroneHub solves its problem, and then we sell. It is incredible how you can develop how we demonstrate that we are not a camel. We are trustworthy, like players who are present more than 20 years. It is important for collaboration with industry customers because they have our history and they have permanent partners. Two hints for our attendees: how to persuade your customer, how to persuade your attitudes to not to lie. Most Polish and foreign startup at the beginning with large partners starts from taking for a ride, and it distracts from collaboration. We openly tell our customers what they can expect and what is infeasible. We can say that we mustn't say that we are a drone company, and we are frankly speak with problems. We have to. You must also follow the rule. You must tell what you are not able to do, and I will take how you can reach the European Defense Agency, because we are trustworthy partner for them. Kasper, Vadim, it was easier for him. For you, it will be from your heart. Maybe we started. I would like to asking about your pivoting, not about the circumstances that have led to it, but how it looks like from your team to be head of the team. When you are starting from some assumptions and then you have to adjust your path. Yes, it's a very good question. And I will start that we had many other pivots, but from the beginning there are only pivots. When we were founding the company in 2017, we intended to build and sell unmanned aircrafts with perfect parameters, where only few companies worldwide offered selling such drones, but we are verified by Life. We got co-financing from National Center of Research and Development, but we built our drone and the financing ended. It was finished. We did not have ideas. We did not customers, foreign companies who would be interested. But unfortunately, we failed to sell our production. So we moved towards a different direction. We started making our person aware of our capacities by providing services. We started providing services and we found the market. We started from the forest market. In stock taking of large forest areas, but the information, the data collected by drones were not what our customers expect. Customers expected fast actions and the limitation of expenses. So we started implementation of artificial intelligence, machine learning algorithms, implement them into solutions. We opened the next division, not production, not services, but IT department that develop algorithms and software, which is the key value for our customers. Based on the information we acquire, we can collect information much faster than by conventional methods. What our foresters did, stock taking of 400 hectares, they could it in 3 years, but we could do it in 1 month. So we have a much faster response and much faster reaction. They know when the parasite and worms are, and worms timber is sold at normal price. So these pivots go with us step by step. And then the pandemic arrived, and we have to reduce our staff to move to trading by internet. So we could hear about two approaches. Vadim spoke about evolution, and Kasper said about revolution. When we are talking about revolution, there's a big company that undergoes revolutions. I would call it startup. Startup by me is everything that used to be in the market, but they are seeking for a new model. And such a model must be adjusted to current needs. Maybe it will work. I don't know whether it works in Warden. So, Peter, is a question too. I will start with introduction. 3/4 of world organizations leading stock companies say that open innovation and collaboration with partners is a key component of growth. They diversify risk, they enable extension of the portfolio, and for me, one of the player in the furniture sector answered when I asked, what do you need for growth in the competitive market? Startups, innovation. The response was tax reduction. So I was asking how it looks like from the standpoint of Orlen, what steps you undertake, what you are doing, and the question of the history of success. Because we know you will tell what Orlen does. So I will ask if everyone does the same. We won't hear many histories of successes. When we trace the history of the 10 largest companies 1 decade ago, these used to be industrial companies, not fuel companies. And now, when we verify these companies, they are technological companies. So the change demonstrated that investment in the basic business and extending the comfort zone is not the recipe to survive in the market. We can see that general trend to seek for innovation, to seek for new solution, and seeking for that mythic medicals that enables establishing a strong international position. With respect to successes, to reach success, we first must act. And from the viewpoint of Orlen, it was a hard way to define where we are and where we want to go. We had to identify our strong and weak things to find potential for further growth and keep them in hand to implement innovation projects. It is why the Strategic Research Agency was established. It was a foundation for our open innovation system that we were talking about, and gave us the guidance to acquire innovations. It was a big lesson for us. We have to do our homework and define the areas for further growth and find a way for innovation. We had a platform that we used under regular circumstances, but it was on such a level that it did not bring any measurable benefits. But when we joined the acceleration program arranged by the state agency, we could transfer our efforts into results. There were specific challenges, and we could use the instrument in an efficient way. Now we have already established our acceleration program. With respect to successes, our activities brought fruits to 3 successes that are sitting next to me. And after completion of the first acceleration round, we have more than 100 applications. So it is the success that comes in pace of time. So the most important is to find out the way to implement our projects. I will investigate it a bit more. I will say that I will be an advocate of Diavol, and I will ask all great civilization, all great organization fight before they fail. The lifetime of leading American company, the lifespan was shortened from 50 years to 7. And what you are talking from the Orlen standpoint is a situation we are present at the fast-changing market. What are the 1 or 2 sentences that enable Orlen to jump onto new way? I think we are just on the way to find. We acquired Energia Group, and we became a multi-profile company, energy company. We can see changes in transportation. New cars appear with various driving systems, not only internal combustion engines, with vehicles with hydrogen fuel cells. So all changes in trends affect our business. Our changeover from the fuel concern to a multi-energy concern, switching to green energy as a new fuel. And if you are in the power energy sector, energy storage by means of hydrogen or different methods. And the third aspect, which is important for me, are broadly understood automation and digitalization of all processes. Because these are the topics that combine two mutually contrary areas, sustainable development and cost efficiency. Normally, it's not combined. It's not. They do not match. But owing to technologies, we can use it and improve our balance. And the factor of new challenges used. I will return to challenges that are in front of Orlen, because we have one more speaker, Wojtek. How it works? You are in the sector of machine learning, artificial intelligence, and from the standpoint of many companies, not only in Poland but based what they are afraid, they are scared that it will be expensive. Artificial intelligence sounds magic and expensive. Do innovation in industry really expensive, or you see business deficit to patch? We, as surveying, have to deal with large companies as chemistry, as Orlen, and other ones. But initially, when we were starting with our solution, we did what everyone should do when they start in the business, to use many blocks to come to the moment when you can offer a solution. And we come to the point when my procedures was talking about the pivots. It is not important how much the pocket of your customer is, and it's not important how much money they have, whether the project is for 1 million or 100 million. You must be better than your competitors, and you must be more efficient and more productive. So you must cover the way who will say that you are a company that can benefit from the money and offers the best return on the money. You must persuade that you are the best choice for your partner. And one more question that have already how to demonstrate they are not a camel. I was working for a big company, and I said that there is a team, it can be cheaper. So he said, my customer pay well, and it mustn't be cheap. There is a group of customers that say we have budgets, we shall spend our money anyway, but if the budget is larger, how to persuade that it is better to use your solution instead of a large IT company. Firstly, we have a product, so we offer a box we can sell in scalable way and repeatable way. When a customer comes to us, he doesn't have to pay for production something from the scratch and from maintaining the product. But we have the product already, and he will be one of our customers, and he will use our solution. So not a question, but a comment. You are only one representative of the second, of the other part. When you are talking, when you are talking about the accelerator, it's not the first acceleration, but your customers are customized so you come and you can offer working with a startup. How to persuade other people that they can start with startups. As I mentioned, it's a very, very long way. And when you are looking at implementation of normal projects, each definition must be based on broad analysis of business and financial aspect, prediction of revenues for incoming 20 years. But I'm coming to the changes I was talking before. We must to learn from the insight that to take a risk. Innovation is a synonym of risk. When we approach it from the portfolio, that one of 10 projects can be successful, if 9 fail, so we have a chance to be successful. And yes, a lot of persuading, specified, clearly defined objectives, and learning of risk. Yes, the state programs helped us. We got the financing, and we could undertake more risky programs. But when we established programs, so we had specific needs, and some suppliers appeared with specific needs. So it's why we established the accelerator.
May I add something? Yes, you may. Great. So I would like to add that what is most important for startups from the other side is endurance. Don't give in. Many a time we came to various companies, and we actually faced a wall, a resistance. So this is what actually emerges here in Orlen. It is a group of people who want to act and implement new technologies. And in every company like that, a person will actually show up who will look positively at the given idea and at this technology and will want to implement it. But you must not actually give in, because if it doesn't result for the first time, well, I mean, that would be great, but you have to risk. Who don't risk, don't drink champagne. And getting to further steps, gaining new customers, we are creating certain portfolios, certain references, helping us a lot later on in other relations with big companies or small ones, other companies. So this is an addition, improving our reliability, and we find it easier to get to others with our technology. I fully agree. Well, don't give the microphone because you will continue. It will be briefly about Orlen, but then we will move on to startup world. So when I reveal the secret, yes, I am somehow involved in the Orlen project. So certain resistance in foreign market we face is that Polish market, even in Orlen, which is in such a scale, the further geographically we are away from Poland, the less recognized it is. And analyzing this refers to Polish market. There are no strong Polish brands. There is Robert Lewandowski. Gradually, less and less recognizable is John Paul II. But, well, products and market success, well, rings the bell quite poorly. So, Kasper, well, you actually take part in international events in your sector. What can be a key edge and what we should actually go into the markets to show our prevalence? Well, this is my opinion, that information is most important and data we are gathering, data we are processing in an appropriate way. At a certain stage, they become of key importance. We are living in a world where data is collected, gathered by various devices and by banks, by stations. We pay with credit card everywhere, so we stop being anonymous. And now a company who will first correctly start utilizing the data, because it is also important for software working based on the data, or putting it differently, algorithms which are analyzing the data, they are there and they act well. But you have to select the source data to be learned, so that the given software works correctly, so that it can fulfill the customer's expectations. This is the most difficult thing. And this edge will be gained by somebody, not the one who has the best algorithm or most interesting solution, but somebody who is providing true, reliable information. Vadim, the same questions. You are already present in foreign markets, international markets. You are actively serving players in Europe. So how to make Polish brands to be, or brands related to Poland, because for me business is international, but brands related to Poland or originating from Poland, to start being recognized worldwide and not only among narrow groups of specialists who met us face to face. Well, there are three problems, and I'm saying this from a very recent experience, because we have just hired a person for sales in our company who used to work for many years in one of the largest drone startups in Santa Monica, Silicon Valley in California. When that person came to our company, he felt actually very bad, because he said, you are behaving like Poles because you believe that you are the best, but nobody else knows this. You are short in funding, financing, and you miss scale. So these are three problems every Polish startup has to actually cope with. All programs, Bridge Alpha Starter, this is well, 1 million zlotys is enough to build a good team and make a good presentation these days. So lack of funding at individual rounds, because look, most is achieved by startups from the US, UK, or Western Europe, because they have access to greater financial resources. And secondly, a big problem of Polish startups is that they are trying to do scaling in the Polish market. This is a thing which killed majority of Polish young companies, because look at Israel. This is a state having 8 million citizens, but holding second or third position worldwide, because when they start their business, Israel is a trampoline to jump out to either Asia or the US, whereas Polish startups, and we also have been through it, and we were trying to do scaling in Poland. We were trying to get to Polish companies, bigger, smaller, Orlen. Actually, with Orlen we succeeded, but in the West, this effort which has to be put into sales is much, much lower than in Poland. And actually, yes, let me ask deeper, because very often I heard that Polish trap of medium growth, medium-sized country, success in Poland is difficult, but doesn't give you much in Europe. Well, for example, Estonians already start in foreign markets. Don't you believe that many Polish start-uppers are not ambitious enough or too lazy to go for success, because those startup successes in Polish market are not so many. And when I meet, they drive better cars and so on. So, well, is there too little money if we calculate the total in the Polish market? It is not a small supply. Well, you are right, and I also have the experience that the impression that Polish startuppers are not ambitious enough, and when they gain success in the local market, very often they stop at that stage. Well, not without reason. We do not have unicorns, well, apart from Allegro or maybe CD Projekt, depending on your perspective, but it results from the fact that we start scaling us in Polish market and consider it a success, and we stop there. Because very often when you make a unique idea, well, when there is a good project, so when you reach success in Polish market, then your competitors are successful in American market. They have access to much greater base of clients and funds, and sooner or later they will come here and destroy you. Good. Wojtek, back to you. Well, because here we are talking again, we got into the international scale, because solutions for industry must be addressing international markets, because otherwise they won't make sense, because Poland is not enough by itself. So from surveying perspective, what business and technological trends can be of key importance for the growth of your company? If you were to point at one single thing, one wave, which can take you on and make you grow to the scale we were discussing in a moment ago, what would you specify? Well, the thing you are talking of is commonly called Industry 4.0, and COVID situation recently even strengthened this trend, because mainly there are less and less qualified employees, workers in the industry, and greater and greater production needs. So we have a problem of scaling, what to do to produce more with a smaller number of people, but for those people to be more and more productive. Regarding our solution, we are helping in scaling the management of safety and saving health, and it is part of the whole problem, because this supervision allows to take care of continuity of production, because there are no accidents and no outages and no prosecutor investigation. So Industry 4.0 is something what we already have. I will ask you all about Industry 4.0, because if I have people here who are in innovations and new technologies, but let me ask deeper, because long time people were saying that it was a drop of calculation prices, and the question is whether, even from the perspective of the edge or development of the market, do you see an element which will say that not only in a country which has problems with bureaucracy, but is there something in other markets what has changed thanks to what companies like yours can speed up? Yes, but it aims more at what you mentioned earlier. That means more understanding of what the tools of next generation look like. That means in case of safety, security for 20-odd years, in spite of applying all available solutions, and the amount of incidents, accidents in Poland, the US and Asia is not dropping. So everybody are looking for new solutions, following education of the market about what artificial intelligence is and other types of solutions which are entering the Industry 4.0 trend. Customers start understanding that they have this need, and our role to educate the market is lesser and lesser, and actually we have to respond to inquiries, to questions. So this is maturing, and now we are noticing a wave where the level of maturity is that big that mainly foreign corporations, but Polish ones as well, are contacting us directly and asking about our solutions. Well, we have 5 minutes available, as I can see, till the end of the discussion. So to the last two questions, and the first question may be addressed at you, Kasper, because you said you got interested in the subject, because to catch the wave, like in surfing, appropriate people must decide in which direction to sail and what to do. So for some time we have been noticing a dissonance between people who are business, financial centered and technologicals, and profiles are actually not overlapping. So what does it look like? Are the business people winning or technological people winning? And long term, who will be winning? Of those two? Excellent question, but yes, you have to fit in 1 minute. So I must explain what it works like in my company. My partner is CTO, technical. I also graduated from mechatronics and machine construction at Wrocław University of Technology, but my role is more focused on managing the company and from the perspective of customers, and my partner is focused on technicalities. So I tell my partner, yes, we will do this, but I must have the knowledge that it is doable. And then my partner is thinking exactly in details on how to do it and how to actually munch this technological bit to bring to success what the customer is expecting. And you can notice that more and more startups are being established on such a core, purely technical team, where friends from university are meeting. They open up companies, and at the start they have a lot of problem running their activities because they do not know the business side. And it is on it they are learning, and only later on the core stuff, managing the company is heaving off, and there is the purely technical stuff. But most such companies are now emerging based on purely technical. I live actually between startups and so in Polish market there will appear a role of managers like in sport. So people, they will be, I mean, professionals will be focused on technology, and others must be, managers must be focused on what they have to drive and how to live and so on. So managers have to focus on the money. So the establishing of profession of mechatronics engineer, knowing programming and construction and machines emerged from this need. Well, the last question, which will be a nice wrap-up, because we were talking of nice technologies for industry to a great extent. We were talking of what is in place, but I want to ask you about the future. We have in our audience future leaders who in 5 years' time will be actually discussing world in a similar debate, and what key words they will be using when talking of the 5.0 world or the world of the future. What can be the key element of their discussions and foreseeing what will be driving force for their world and their decisions in the perspective of 5 to 10 years? Vadim, starting from you and moving on in this direction. Well, very quickly, I think the focus for the nearest years, looking at it will be focused on data privacy. So we as citizens, as people, will be fighting for the data. The corporation actually took from us for the data to return to us, because we can see tension between European Commission and governments in the US and the large corporations, and governments finally realize that we as citizens are a product, and it must not be the case. Over the nearest few years, it seems to me that the main trend will be the authorities actually coming to control over us, our details. So from the perspective of Orlen, we already have this 2030 in our plans. So it will be 25% lower emissions, focusing on renewable energy sources and adaptation to the habits of our new customers. Well, what it will be like, well, we keep tracing it, and we will be paying attention at it very carefully. But for sure, new fuels, hydrogen, electrical energy, green energy, energy storage, digitalization, and yes, I already said good utilization of data. It will be of key importance. And Wojtek, adding only and focusing on industry where we are, in my opinion, and according to my partner, the future will be automation of processes, replacing or supporting people who are working and increasing their scale. by autonomous systems which will provide knowledge, information, and help in scaling human hands. So me, like in typical Polish discussion, I will have the last say, and I will say there will be synergy of what you are talking about, but from the other side, what will be the role of individuals, physical, biological people in the world where we will be perfectly managing data, where the data will be an asset like any other, where completely different technologies, completely different approach to energy will be in place. So it will be interesting, but that will be a challenge for our future leaders. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Thanks to our guest and the moderator. And enjoy a 15-minute coffee break, and then we will meet back here at 5:30, 17:30.
Yes. We are inviting you to the next item of our schedule. It is the discussion panel. Similarly to the previous one, we spoke shortly about finances. Now we are going to develop the topic. In the discussion panel, there's everything what young people should know about the financial markets. The moderator of our panel shall be Mariusz Bede, Program Director of the 16th Forum of Young Leaders, and I give floor to him. Dear, my dears, I welcome you cordially to the next debate. I welcome cordially to our honorable panelist, Mr. Krzysztof Petraszkiewicz, the President of the Polish Bank Association, and Adam Banaj, Executive Director of the Magyar Nemzeti Bank. Dear gentlemen, I would start in general way because young attendees are strongly involved in development of our awareness. You are young and ambitious people and demonstrate great aspirations. To put them into life, you need awareness of phenomena that occur in the world, and I would like to ask you to tell about these phenomena. Maybe something shall be obvious for you, but I think these are the voices that must be pronounced for the young generation. Mr. President, I have a question. The social bank digital currency, the currency of future, the bank of future, and a lot of experiments are reported that are implemented by the National Bank of China. It is a currency that has a limit of operation and the deadline time. What kind of influence can it have for the economy? Thank you for invitation. Firstly, I'm very glad to meet my partner, my friend from Hungary, and to speak with you. To share the experience from the past, and maybe to speak about something what is the most important. What is your future as your future prime ministers, presidents, CEO, owners of companies, bank presidents during the incoming decades? And it is the reason that I'm very glad, I'm very pleasant to accept every invitation to meet you. First, I would like to recommend you to get familiar with the 6th Intergovernmental Report, climatic report. And now I'm coming to the key question. I think it is necessary to break the opinion about electronic currency into two parts. The first, it is used by central bank of electronic currencies that enables very quick, or would enable very quick bank operations. So it is combining the financial and the capital markets, combining the financial market with the deposit of securities. And these operations are performed at various locations and should be integrated. In some countries, they are integrated in several dozen of hours, but not long ago, several days was necessary for integration. Implementation of the electronic currency enables central bank to speed up these processes and monitor the process nearly in the real-time mode. Another issue is use of currencies that are based on very advanced technologies, cryptocurrencies. And I will personally say I would be very afraid of them after the financial crisis 2008, 2012 or 15, and after the pandemic time, to spread the cryptocurrencies in broad range. And the Chinese government on one side decided to use electronic currencies for some specific operations, but they contradict development of cryptocurrencies market. Why? Because the cryptocurrencies can be used for various purposes, for investing, for purchase of some assets, but it turns out that nobody is liable, takes liability for these means. There are no funds of guarantees, but if someone loses access code, so there is no possibility to recover these means. So first, investments can be lost, and these savings can be lost. But what is painful for me, that cryptocurrencies can be also used for illegal operations, for drug trafficking, for enforcement, for racketing in case of cyber attacks to various systems. Then, to avoid identification of hackers, of attackers, they claim the racket in cryptocurrencies, in bitcoins. So there is very scarce approach of many countries to use cryptocurrencies in the broad range. So maybe it will be the question to my partner, the question how to implement the monetary policy when some central banks have some instruments at hands, and in case of bitcoins, such instruments would be infeasible. So, in short, due to stability of financial system, due to the inflation and the need to combat terrorism and the money laundering, monitoring of financial flows, I would suggest to be very modest in coming years with cryptocurrencies. If it moves in such a direction, it must be limited to avoid a crisis. Thank you, Mr. President. There was a very important word, liability. And I would like to refer to that word. So I would like to hear about some ideas, Mr. Director, how young people should refer to these financial markets, what should be the attitude, what competences must be learned to feel safe on contemporary financial markets.
Okay.
So, thank you for the opportunity.
Dziękuję za
Glad to be
możliwość.
here.
Cieszę się, że jestem tutaj.
Besides being an executive director at the Central Bank of Hungary, I'm also a professor of finance
Banku Włoch. Jestem również profesorem
in Hungary,
finansów
so
na Węgrzech,
glad when I
a
can
więc cieszę
talk to
się,
young people.
gdy mogę mówić.
To answer the question, I make a step back because I think that in the current environment, usually we are talking about cryptocurrency, CBDC, and new financial innovation as something which which changed totally our world. And I just want to point that we don't need to throw out all the textbooks. So we have some new phenomena, but if we go a little bit deeper to this topic, we will find out that all what we have learned, personally I have learned in the university, which was about 15 years ago when I finished it, or my older colleagues learned in the university are still useful. Why I say it? Because all these new phenomena can be understood by the use of this type of knowledge. So, for example, looking at the cryptocurrencies, we can define cryptos from a money theory point of view as well, and we understand it that we cannot consider it as money. So then we can go forward and look at cryptos like investment assets, and we'll find out that these are investment assets, but very volatile one, very risky one, and I can also join that. For sure, there are some also very bad parts of it in their use, but beside that, we can really understand them by using classic finance figures. So, for example, if staying at cryptos, if we want to trade on cryptocurrency market, we just have to use the classic technical analysis tools, because fundamentals are not the real characteristics of crypto, so it's hard to find some fundamentals, but technical analysis can help. And if we just consider these days, so just if we look at the markets tomorrow, we have a very bad day on the stock markets because of Chinese data. There are some risk-avoiding behaviors all around the market. And what has happened with the crypto market? It collapsed. Just look at the figures of today. Bitcoin just fell about 11% or something like that. Cardano, which has some specialties, but fell about 20%. Ethereum did the same, and I can tell many different altcoins, but with them happened the same. So this is also a reaction on the risk tolerance of the market, which will be reflected on the crypto market. The volatility is higher, and the reaction is always higher on the crypto market. But we can understand these phenomena with the use of our very classic textbooks information. So, in summary, what I wanted to emphasize is that textbooks are good, still good, and the word is changed a lot, and the way we do financial transactions can change, but the essence are very similar that of we know in the last decades or so.
Dziękuję bardzo. Myślę, że tutaj też była to bardzo celna odpowiedź.
Also an answer very much to the point to my question which I asked. So with some guarantee we can stick to traditional, well worked out knowledge. I think this is a good direction, because I also have this impression when studying the life of Warren Buffett that there are no shortcuts, that this is a slow and hard-working path, and only diligent education can help us to develop our potential in this respect. I would like to touch on a subject which is maybe a bit broad. I think it is broad, but it is important. So here, the role of banking sector more in ethical aspect. I mean, in the perspective of taking care of the future of climate of our world, broadly understood. understood what may be the role of this banking sector, because it really has great influence on the surrounding reality. A question addressing both gentlemen. Thank you very much for this question. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all shattered. You maybe have not experienced directly the events of 2007, 2015, but let's remember that as a result of certain mistakes in monetary and fiscal policy, mainly in the US, but also in other countries, also regulatory mistakes, after a couple dozen years from the Great Depression, and global financial crisis appeared. We have to keep in mind that practically every year in some country, financial crisis breaks out. If it is not in South America, then it's in some European countries or in Asia, in Australia. It's only a question of time, and some people insist that those financial crises, those defined in individual countries, were in number of over 450. And as a doctor, a PhD holder from SGH University, he says that in over 50% cases, the reason for financial crisis, in banking crisis in individual countries, were mistakes in fiscal policy and monetary policy. In case of the recent financial crisis, and now I'm back to the question about responsibility, I think that actually certain mistakes overlapped, met, mistakes from politicians and their political greed, their will to stay long in power, their greed of financial institutions, named banks, but not always being banks, in American market, because those who initiated the crisis or were the main perpetrator, main reason, were not typical banks in European understanding. They were companies from capital market, sometimes consulting companies, but this type of companies in Polish conditions would never, ever get a banking license. This irresponsibility and not only mistakes but also cheating led to what also as a result of mistakes among regulators and supervisors who evaluating those institutions were granting them the highest proof of morality and highest ratings. From this perspective, we, together with you, have to very carefully draw conclusions from those crises, and not all conclusions have been drawn yet, and not all solutions which are necessary for protection have been implemented. Therefore, we must not, this will not return, it is behind us, it's the past. No, we have to very carefully draw conclusions from what has happened. And why? Because in order to stabilize the global situation, unimaginable quantities of money have been used, dropped into the market in order to avoid a collapse of economy. Professor Bernanke, who was president of the Fed during the main crisis, was a great expert in knowledge of the Great Depression period, and he and his colleagues decided to act different from central bank of that time or banks. In 1920, till 27 did. Everybody behaved rationally. They blocked various assets. They placed assets in safe places, and the world dropped into Great Depression. Here, people responsible for monetary and economic policy decided to feed great amounts of money so that financial institutions improve their rules of operation, that they increase their capital and get restructured. But what is the consequence of it? The consequence of it is unimaginable amounts of money worldwide. Assets of central banks have swollen, have grown up to unimaginable size. And the question arises, and now constantly as young watchers, observers, you can still read, well, constantly there is a problem whether and in what circumstances possibly and where inflation will break out or where speculation bubbles will burst. And some people say that we have delayed in time speculation bubbles in various markets of stocks and securities, but also in real estates and other places. And on all this, I keep returning to the question about responsibility. Please don't worry. So a great technological progress overlapped over all this. Great progress, transfer of information in fractions of seconds. The world, from this perspective, has become one great village. And therefore, those who are responsible for social economic policy, that means, and both fiscal and monetary and supervisor over institutions, have to act in a very responsible way and very carefully. Well, there is one more aspect. The financial crisis made it visible that people do not want to accept such great span of income in many countries. And therefore they expect that simply the income span, revenue span, will be subject to rationalization, and therefore to questions of economic character, we have an overlapping of very serious debates on social affairs in individual regions and countries. There is one more aspect, a very significant one too. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have close to 8 billion people on this earth. And it is estimated over the recent days, slightly corrected information, that in 2050 there will be about 10.5 till 11 billion people on this earth. Well, already today, world global economy works like this. If all citizens wanted to live at the level of citizens of the US, we are short of 4 planets. We would need 4 planets more. If you wanted to live at the level of Chinese standard today, currently we miss 2 planets. If we wanted to have the standard of the Germans, it would be 2.5, 2.6. What does it mean? It means that we are exploiting and eating out the resources of the Earth much sooner, much faster than they are recovered. Later we will be back to this topic because it is worth returning to. But if there is a responsibility of financial institutions, that means those who are gathering savings responsible for efficient allocation of resources in economy, then we have to answer the question how to act in the following decades, how you have to act in the following decades, how you have to organize social and economic life in the consecutive decades in order to stop processes and changes which are destroying the environment of our life, which are destroying the environment of your life. And this is one of the greatest challenges your generation is facing. Some people insist that we are late by about 40 to 50 years, that these processes cannot be stopped. But as the pandemic shows us, this is a very interesting test. Maybe nature gave us the possibility, a unique possibility to test the situation, because as a result of the pandemic, among others, in many Chinese cities, for the first time, they saw blue sky. For many years, it was not visible. In many countries, such methods of management of economy were introduced, and emissions of various gases and pollutions were limited, such that they do not destroy economy. Today, they bring in positive contribution, but the fact remains a fact. I want to give you an example. When I was in my elementary school, I was writing a homework in 5th grade about the Brazilian rainforest, and I could easily write that these were the lungs of the world, that over there was the great storage facility or great generation facility to generate oxygen on this earth. Today, my grandchildren cannot write such a statement. Such rainforest does not exist on the Amazon. It is not generating such amounts of oxygen which would be sufficient for normal life on this earth. And we have to revert this situation. A drama appeared over the recent 65, 70 years. And we have to, and you have to, bring the situation to this. It is a great objective, a great goal. I must admit that for intelligent, educated people, for people who have resources, it is a great objective to reach for. Recovering the possibility to live on our planet, not ruining biodiversity. Period. Thank you very much. And let me ask Adam to answer the same question.
I will be probably a bit more technical. So when I was at the university, I think the first thing I've learned about banks is that the banking sector is the motor of the economy. And what it means that without banks, nothing can really happen in the current economic environment, because most of the actors will need some credit to do their stuff, even the small ones. And based on this, what we can say is that banks can decide on what they finance and especially how they finance. But it sounds easy, but the problem is the so-called prisoner dilemma, based on John Nash, which means that the actors don't know how the others will behave. And in this type of situation, all the actors will behave on the bad way. So since a bank don't know that the other banks will serve or not those projects or those companies which are not behaving on a responsible way or a sustainable way, they will finance themselves. But each bank has the opportunity to get out of this dilemma and be the good guy. And I think on the longer term, the good guy will be supported by the actual actors and the other actors. And we have to keep in mind that we are those actors. So sometimes we have to go to those banks which probably are a bit more expensive, but are on the right way. And what I think from a central bank point of view especially is also important is what the state or the central bank can do to kind of support the banks or push the banks in the right direction. And the Central Bank of Hungary in this sense, I would say very active. The central bank started green initiatives in the last years, both on the supervisory side and also on the classic central bank side. What it means that, for example, from a supervisory part, those projects or those projects financed by the banks which has some strong green direction will get some some more attractive capital weight, so the bank can really translate it on real money, because they have to put less capital for this type of projects or this type of loans at the end of the day. Or on the other side, the Central Bank of Hungary also started a so-called green mortgage bond program, which means that the central bank is buying green mortgage bonds on the Hungarian market, and with it we support all the banks to issue green mortgages. Why it is important? This is just an example, but probably it's easy to understand how we can support sustainability and green finance. So, what is happening? They can issue a green mortgage bond on a very favorable price. It means that with these funds, they can give cheaper mortgages for those people who are buying A+ energy category houses. And with this we support the buying and the building of very good energy category houses. And it seems probably just a small part of the economy, but in Hungary actually, and I think it's not very different in, for example, in Poland, that energy consumption, about 30% of energy consumption is made by the households and the houses, because of the bad energy category of houses. These are from most of them are from the socialist era, so you are familiar with that. I know that in Poland there are many similarities, and due to this reason, just with changing the housing stock, for example, for passive kind of houses, we can rapidly and strongly decrease the energy consumption for the whole country. But this is just another example. We are also managing a indirect loan program for green home buildings as well, and we also managing our foreign exchange reserve portfolio. Part of the portfolio is in green type of assets. So I think these are good examples that any players on the market, from the central banks to the private players until the government, can make their own steps to help sustainability.
Dziękuję bardzo. Myślę, że to była bardzo też wyczerpująca, bardziej taka techniczna odpowiedź, która też, jestem przekonany,
technical answer, which will be, in my opinion, strongly developing. And here in Poland, recently, there is a great pressure on installing photovoltaics. That is a visible phenomenon. So I think these changes will be greater and greater, more visible, and definitely here, financial market will be responding to them appropriately. Possibly some of you, dear audience, would like to ask our speakers some questions. Are there any questions from the audience? Ah, good.
Please pass the microphone. Thank you. I would like to take the opportunity that we have President of the Union of Polish Banks and ask a question that may be not refer strictly to the topic they addressed today, but that is connected to the banking sector and economic issues. Nowadays, as we know, after the coronavirus circumstances, we have very low credit rates that affect such issues of inflation, and what are installments of loans in Poland. Do you expect to return to the rates that used to be before the pandemic situation, and what is the timeline for such modification? Thank you for that interesting question. Such a question can be asked in many European countries. Obviously, in Poland, we have such a level of inflation that we not only have to monitor the situation because it's inflation that was 21 years ago when we implemented very hard, very difficult program of lowering the inflation. And our ladies and gentlemen who were young at that moment, maybe they do not remember how painful high inflation can be from the old budget area and what were the interest rates for entrepreneurs. So we are approaching to the moment when the intervention of the central bank, but not only central bank, shall be indispensable, because our mass media are focused on what the central bank do. But I'm certain that the anti-inflation operation must be carried out by both the central bank, that is responsible for it by the Polish constitution, but also by the governmental part, because the government has its hands the policy to the budget area and the pension and dole systems. It is responsibility of the entrepreneurs. We must all be aware that inflation and the reasonable level, and the science says that the reasonable level is not more than 2.5 or 2.5 with some deviations, can be a desirable inflation that is good, that is supporting to development, but substantially higher inflation can be killing, can be deteriorating for the economy, because it must explode and go up at rocketing terms. Answering your question, I think in words of President Glapiński appeared two messages. The first was the world inflation, that the typical for the central bank. He trusts the inflation shall not go up anymore, so it is a transient phenomenon. And no great intervention of the central bank shall be necessary. But he added that the central bank won't hesitate to take a decision to lower the inflation or to keep it at a reasonable level. But I will add the analysis of the budget draft for the 2022 in Poland, and the budget analysis says that the government assumed increasing of the interest rate by 30 base points. So following the way of our partners from Czech Republic and Hungary to increase the interest rates, I vote for a serious conversation with citizens, with the central bank, with the government, that keeping the inflation in reasonable level is in the interest of all of us, and we all must behave in a reasonable way. I'm sure that we can reach such an agreement. And please remember that banking sector is one of the most restrictive sector that is subject to very stringent regulations. So instruments of the governing the central bank is very important. But who can affect the bank? Also the owners. And they must take conclusions from the past history. And we have customers. What is very glad for me, if we investigate opinions of the customers about various topics, many customers want from bank to finance a green economy, to give up financing bad technologies, dirty economy. So the effect of the bank can be multilateral, but the key is good education, good leaders, which that is what I wish you. I would like to ask director to refer to this topic and a quick recapitulation and the general message for the future.
Just a quick answer to this question, because I think it's a very interesting and very current topic to talk about the inflation and the potential way of rates. And what I think is always missing from the picture is that I understand that after a decade of low interest rate environment, everybody fears a little bit about rate hikes. As President said, the Hungarian Central Bank started the rate hiking cycle, and we increased the rate by 0.9%, and we also hear the voices in Hungary of the corporate sector or the household sector that what will happen with lending, and just in this room, my answer is that why we are afraid of 1 or 2 percentage point higher rates. We are still in an environment where the rates are historically low. We are in an environment when economies are growing by 5–6%. Real interest rates are still around zero. Even the loans interest rates real interest rate are still around zero. Is it really a threatening environment for anybody who runs a company? I believe that if it's a problem for a company to work in this environment or get credit in this environment, probably it is not what we want to finance, because we have to face the issue that after a decade long low interest rate environment, probably we are financing many zombie companies, and these are not what actually we have to do for a sustainable future, because these companies are not so it is not worth to keep these companies alive just with zero interest rate credits. And I think we have to keep in mind that interest rate is partly a good way to choose between good and bad projects. So probably if a project is profitable only with zero interest rate, probably it's a bad project and we don't need it.
Bardzo dziękuję. Dziękuję również.
Thank you for your attendance and participation in the debate, that you are still with us. And thank you. I appreciate our online participants who attend via internet, and thank you for that message and great portion of knowledge. I'm very grateful, and I think that both online and on-site participants are very happy. I wish you permanent successes. Thank you thank you a lot, Köszönöm szépen. And we are inviting you to stay here for a moment. 1 minute of patience, 1 minute of technical break.
This moment of patience was necessary to rearrange the interior, the stage, and the last activity ahead of us. You are kindly invited to participate in the Oxford debate, coal or windmills, which will be moderated by Wiktoria Syśniak, who is coordinator of International Project Coordinator at European Meeting Center, Novesta Foundation. Wiktoria Chyżniak. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome all of you at our Oxford debate titled Coal or Windmills. And our participants are a special guest, Mr. Bartłomiej Orzeł, the plenipotentiary of the Prime Minister for Clean Air Program, Ms. Alina Prochasek, Chairman of Polish Council of Youth Organizations, Ms. Klaudia Budzianowska, young leader from Poland, Mr. Michel Łuczak, industrial engineer from Germany, Piotr Okulski, youth delegate of the Republic of Poland to the 76th session of United Nations gathering, and Eustachy Bieńkowski, head of a team of financial services for corporations. And let us now move on to the rules of our debate. During the debate, there will be two teams. And after presenting the thesis for the debate, I will be inviting participants of each team to take the floor in turn. Every speaker will have 2 minutes for their input. At the beginning and at the end of the debate, voting will take place via multimeter application. Our audience from members will choose the winning team. Let me remind you that during the debate, we do not interfere in somebody's input. We behave in a cultural way, and nobody takes the floor without the approval of the moderator, myself in this case. So let's start. Coal or windmills? Decarbonization of world economy has a chance to succeed. Before we start the first speeches, I invite everybody to participate in the voting. Here you will find the code. Please find the Mentimeter application and introduce the code, which you see on the screen. Once again, let me repeat the thesis, the opinion. Coal or windmills, and the question is whether decarbonization of global economy has a chance to succeed. Good, I can see you voting gradually. Oh, more already. 4 against 2. I can see that wind turbine team is prevailing. We will see the results after our speeches. Good. So I can see that those who voted quite clearly voted for the wind turbine team. We will see whether the pro-carbon team can convince our participants. Great. So once again, let me repeat our opinion. Coal or windmills? Whether decarbonization of global economy can be successful, how to take the balance between heating our homes and decarbonization. So let me ask Mr. Piotr Okulski to take the floor. You will have 2 minutes for your input. Good. So just a second and let's go. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, decarbonization is an extremely important subject, both from Polish and global perspective. Our priority should be, first of all, for decarbonization to be just and to cover all citizens independent of their well-being level. Decarbonization is a process which should last for a long time because it is necessary to be carried out in a comprehensive way and in a way which will not leave any institution nor households covered by the changes without assistance. Decarbonization is also a process which should be based on diversified energy sources. Among them should be nuclear energy and renewable energy sources like solar panels or wind farms. And what is more important, Poland will try to implement these changes until 2020. Such changes will allow introducing a real ecological policy and will save us from economical disaster. Thank you for your kind attention. Please continue. I believe that these changes which we are planning to introduce will also make it possible to efficiently carry out energy transformation, and will be an example to follow by other European countries, because the module skips the fact that regional dependence of coal is varying in various countries. In Poland, we are more strongly dependent on coal compared to Germany and France, so this process must go slower to be carried out in a correct way. What is significant, if we take into account the continuity of this process, we must also take into account subsidizing households in this change and enable efficient implementation of this project all over the European Union. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And let me invite next speaker from the opposition, from pro-carbon team, Mr. Eustachy Bieńkowski. Welcome, sir. The floor is yours. I will tell you when to start. Good. Let's start. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Very warm welcome, and thank you, my dear colleague, for your input. I must agree that the process of decarbonization is a time-consuming process, and therefore in our team we will be focusing on this very fact, how this process should look like. And first of all, we live in a highly dynamic world where we have new technologies developing, but one thing is unchanging all the time. These are raw materials, and as a result of industrialization, in every country, actually, some infrastructure has been built, which is focused on extracting those raw materials. In Poland, it has been established and created, so we have to focus on modernizing it so that return on the investment we did in the past to take place, and so that this investment gets financed completely. And besides that, my colleague mentioned climate changes. Yes, I agree, they do exist, but on the other hand, I don't believe that the topic we are touching on is of first priority. priority, most important current times, because we also have environmental pollution and extinction of animals which used to live on this planet. So we must now mainly focus on modernizing our infrastructure, because it is already stabilized. We have 60,000 people working in this industry, so we have to focus on this. And regarding 2050, this directive, Green Deal directive, which is in place, I believe also that this is a decision of slightly emotional character, and definitely it will not be implemented in such a short time, and we have to focus on this going on smoothly, at the same time maintaining increase of investment and improving what we already currently have here and now. And also regarding climate changes, I believe that they are cyclical, and here nuclear combustible energy is not most important factor which we have. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And let me invite to the next round member of the opposing team, Mr. Bartłomiej Orzeł. Well, let's start. The topic of today's Oxford debate is whether decarbonization can be successful. Well, I'll say more. It must be successful, and I'll present the whole range of arguments, points, that there is no return from this path we entered towards renewable energy, which we entered as a society, not only Polish society, but global society. First of all, economy. According to International Agency for Energy, in many places on this earth, photovoltaic energy is the cheapest way to obtain energy. For example, in India, 1 megawatt hour of energy from photovoltaics is the difference is $120, threefold difference. This difference is highly visible if we talk of cost, but also if we look at economic development. So development of photovoltaics and development of renewable energy sources is the future of the business, building of photovoltaics factories, but also building electric cars, which have to be fueled by energy from renewable sources, because this is what we are aiming at. On the other hand, health-based opinions, 47,000 people die worldwide due to pollution coming mainly from coal to air, and introducing renewable energy to heating is important regarding health aspects and life standard of living in Poland, but also Central and Eastern European countries are struggling with this problem, those who are strongly dependent on coal. And the third thing I would like to touch on quickly, it's social problems, migrations, people who will be migrating because of climate changes to us, to Poland. They will be forced to be coming here because they will not be able to live normally where they were born. Thank you very much. Thank you. Moving on to the next speaker, Ms. Alina Prochasek. Welcome, madam. The floor is yours. And start. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, is decarbonization a good phenomenon and needed by Poland? Of course, yes, but I wanted to ask your attention to the fact that decarbonization is a process. Are we ready for this process to be carried out? I believe from the perspective of a person living in the Silesian region that still there are certain inaccuracies regarding driving just transformation and decarbonization process in Poland. Now, it is estimated that about 160,000 people are employed in mining sector, and so far I have not seen any sensible nor real proposal on how those people can find their place anew in the job market and how those people can cope with what decarbonization process brings and what results from Poland's obligation to change the energy face of our country until 2050. Dear ladies and gentlemen, Is coal something bad? I'm asking myself this question for quite a time already, and reading various news and getting ready to this speech, I actually was struck by one significant sentence. The combustion of coal is a problem in itself, but whether digging it is also a problem. So far, Poland is actually buying coal from abroad. We are not combusting coal actually excavated in our country. Is it necessary to close down mines, providing the state treasury with profit? Shouldn't decarbonization focus only on reducing emissions resulting from combustion and still to continue the excavation process? This is the question I keep asking myself, and I would like to leave you with this question. Thank you very much. Let me invite you to the next, last round. Mr. Michel Luczak is kindly invited to wrap up. Start.
Yeah, thanks also to my speaker before. Of course, we live in a globalized world and in a fast-changing world. And of course, the industrialization of the last 2 centuries, especially in using of fossil fuels, brought us a lot of benefits, economic welfare. And yeah, of course, using coal is not bad, but using coal is bad. Yeah, and the time is over to have an economic infrastructure of using energies from cradle to grave. It's better to have a mindset of from cradle to cradle. Yeah, to have like a society with less coal mining production energy and step by step increasing the renewable energies. So one thing is clear. So I'm from Germany. We had like 3 months ago a huge environmental disaster in the west part of Germany. And the paradox thing is that especially this part, this welfare, economic welfare of this part in Germany was partly based on the coal mining process of the last decades. Sorry. Yeah, and so one thing is clear: the environmental issues and disasters already exist over centuries before, but it will come now more often and more powerful. So in the way or the mindset point of view for intergenerative justice, it's important to create a society with increasing renewable energies for our children, for our grandchildren, and create a mindset also in schools for children and also for older adults and old people. Yeah. Mindset of awareness for sustainability. So I like this Polish speaking like Damy radę. Yeah. So Damy radę for renewable energies. So
thank you. Thank you very much.
And the last speaker is kindly invited, Ms. Klaudia Łdzanowska. Start, please. Dear ladies and gentlemen, let us consider what we have been discussing here, what was the topic of this debate, because from our perspective it was whether we should still continue the energy policy based on coal or more on renewable energy sources, which is unfortunately, well, at the moment it's doubtful that until 2050 we should actually go away from using coal. Why? Because this is the policy together assumed by the EU, and also scientists say that there is no doubt we should do our best in order to aim at this goal. And how should we evaluate this debate? Of course, we also say that ecology is important. Temperature is drastically increasing. We have to take care of it, but here we should take into account the criterion of justice. We should look at both economical and justice perspective, social perspective. Where is the state taking care of citizens? The second speaker from our side mentioned economic point, and I'll break it out into three brief paragraphs. Firstly, a lot of investment has been done in this direction. So why should we, all the money earlier invested in it, why should it be wasted? Secondly, technological development. We have a lot of filters, and more and more this technology is being developed. So the opinion of opposition mentioning health also drops into its importance, because we keep developing, fighting with it, and a lot of damage comes from low emission furnaces and not combustion itself. And why should we get rid of coal? Why should we be selling it? And finally, I would like to mention the social criterion, that we have 160,000 citizens in Silesia who are strongly involved, and this results from their cultural bond to this profession, from history. My grandfather, my great-grandfather. I would also like to continue in this tradition. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good. So I would like to thank both teams, and our audience is kindly requested to vote. And on screen you also have indications. No, they will be displayed in a moment. Indications on voting. So we will see who was better, whether pro-carbon team convinced our audience, or whether we still remained with pro-eco opinion. Well, it already seems that the speeches had their power. Great. We can see that still pro-carbon team won. Great, thanks. Well, thanks to everybody, thanks to the teams and to our audience. And let me invite everybody to the intercultural evening online, which will take place at 8 p.m. today. Please be invited. Thank you for your kind attention and participation.